Welcome Tenno. Welcome Tenno. Please like and sub to the channel. LFG.
Hey you, yeah you, friend, you like deals?
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Void Fishers. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury?
Okay, let's see if they... Let me bring that back. Let me bring that back. We'll start it here.
This is Ryan Reynolds' first.
And let's see if they found any new shit in Deadpool and Wolverine that,
Gina Carano off of their payroll. Also at the top of the A in Marvel is now Carol Monica and Kamala Khan from the Marvels.
While I kill
and
some
as
shit.
the word pulls away from us, the M now contains a shot of Deadpool in this movie, beckoning Logan from the back of that Honda Odyssey when they're in the void later on. Now over this, we hear Deadpool humming along with Michael Giacchino's theme
Life
music.
support has been withdrawn. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life
This
support.
is the red backdrop turns into the texture of Deadpool's suit, and Marvel and studios turn red and yellow to match this movie's title, Deadpool and Wolverine. Now, back when Ryan Reynolds announced this film in September 2022, he and Hugh Jackman promised that they wouldn't touch the events of the 2017 Logan film, but here he proves that he was completely trolling us.
You know, for a long time, I wasn't sure I'd ever be back in Disney, but then it turned out they wanted me. The one guy who seemed to have his own movie, across that franchise. That's Marvel, so stupid.
So Deadpool is kind of summing up the whole buyout of Fox's film and TV properties by Disney back in 2018-2019. Marvel originally had sold the film rights to the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, Daredevil, and Elektra to Fox in the late 90s. The X-Men and Deadpool films occupied a separate cinematic universe that Kevin Feige's MCU, which has been owned by Disney since 2009, but Fox was worried after a number of less than stellar performances of films like 2015's Fantastic Four reboot attempt and just what they felt was the declining popularity of the X-Men franchise after the departure of Hugh Jackman. In recent years, all we've really gotten are cameos by Patrick Stewart, Charles Xavier, and Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and Kelsey Grammer as Beast in the Marvels post-credit scene. But Deadpool...
Spoons, they're out. Panera's new ciabatta dippers are in. Each melty sandwich paired with a perfect portion of soup is made to dip. With a French dipper or spicy chicken dipper. No spoon necessary when your sandwich is filled.
I delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Deadpool and Wolverine is the first of these Fox properties to really get its own film under the Marvel Studios brand, and it really reunites Kevin Feige with Hugh Jackman, who met on the set of the first X-Men film, where a young Kevin Feige got his start as an associate producer. Deadpool continues.
I know what you're wondering. How are we going to do this without dishonoring Logan's memory? And I'll tell you how.
And I dislike that this movie begins with Deadpool speaking directly to us, who have been following every little thing that Ryan Reynolds has said on social media. And the fact that he's not really paying that much respect to Logan's gravesite now makes us wonder, since we've seen Agatha all along and learned that Lady Death is in the MCU, that if Deadpool desecrating Logan's corpse could be something Death will take offense to, especially when the Agatha series' take on Death was that she is also the Green Witch who represents the cycle of decay and regrowth, and thus wouldn't want a corpse being dug back up. I only mention it because Deadpool and Death totally have a fling in the comics. If these two ever meet in Avengers Secret Wars, this moment with Wolverine's corpse needs to come back up, especially since in the Logan film, when Logan dies, he says, "So this is what it feels like," and the screen card says that he's reacting to, quote, "a flicker of wonder." I just like the idea that Logan might have been seeing the flicker of Death's green flame torch. So this opening scene takes Deadpool back through the snowy forest of North Dakota near the Canadian border. This is Logan's gravesite from the 2017 Logan film. The final scenes in Logan near the Canadian border were actually filmed at the remote Corkins Lodge in northern New Mexico near Chama. It looks like they recreated those woods on a backlot set and used VFX to recreate the mountainous background. They include the same felled tree that Wolverine died upon and the Reaver truck that the young mutant Richter overturned with an earthquake. We hear the Platters 1959 Only You as Deadpool flings dirt past this specific heart mug, and we actually find out later that Deadpool took this from the TVA clerk Ralph, who's played by James Dryden. This is the first of many references in the film to the movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
I like this. My wife likes it. My customers like it. It's on the real article.
What you see is what you get. And I love that Ryan Reynolds shouts out that moment because that was really the first emotional moment of Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. And Ryan Reynolds mirrors it when Wolverine rails against Deadpool in the Honda Odyssey later. It's also the sad moment in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles because Del says, "My wife likes me," and you only realize later why that's so sad and why Del stuttered on that initial "I like me." By the way, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, the best Thanksgiving movie. Watch it this month. It's so good. So Deadpool sits beside Logan's adamantium-covered skeleton, leaning against the same tree where Logan was impaled. Now, while all the other tissue has decayed, the adamantium has all kind of kept it in place. Logan's adamantium skeleton still has a piece of tree branch stuck through the ribcage. Now, it's unlikely that the kids in 2017 Logan film would have buried him with that still sticking out of his body. So it suggests that Deadpool probably re-impaled the corpse on that tree when he was reaching against it. Deadpool says,
You are not even fun. Yeah.
and then he puppets Logan's skull to respond to him.
G'day, mate. There's nothing that'll bring me back to life faster.
It recalls the opening words of the 2016 Deadpool movie when Deadpool was seated on the overpass and invoked Hugh Jackman using a similar Australian accent.
Whose balls did I have to fondle to get my very own movie? And let me tell you, he's got a nice pair of smooth criminals down under.
Now, this joke about residuals and later jokes that you'll see throughout this movie, like Death by Day Player, I believe point to an original draft of this movie with jokes that Ryan Reynolds just kept in the script, perhaps because the writer's strike that started in May 2023 prohibited him from doing any further passes on the script. And I think in that previous version of the script, before Kevin Feige added the TVA's Void from the Loki series to the script, that the original idea might have been that the second act was actually going to take place in a phase that was called Development Hell. And that's why the only characters who show up from past Fox franchises are characters who really had no future and were just kind of stuck in development hell. And that's why specifically Channing Tatum's Gambit was born in this place.
Maybe I was born here, so it's hard to know for sure.
So when you rewatch Deadpool and Wolverine, I invite you to just kind of think about the original version of this movie and how it's really just like a satire of the way Hollywood studios develop these franchises and just leave so many storylines on the development shelf and never do anything with them.
Let's fucking go.
Of course, the TVA Time Lord
LFG, let's fucking go.
Now, the TVA uniforms in this movie have changed from the hundred uniforms that we saw in the Loki series. And Loki, the pants and shirts included Harlequin patterns of black and burnt orange. They never covered their faces with masks, and the armor was emblazoned with the TVA logo. But while they have some numbers on their helmets, they don't have the alphanumeric numbers that, like, B-15 had. And I think it points to paradox.
Ooh, we got fucking billion.
Like kind of a black ops that he oversees, where the cops of this side of the TVA hide their badge numbers and kind of conceal their identity wearing masks like this. Deadpool raised his hand from behind the tree, shouting, "Wait!" A callback to him doing this from behind the SUV on the freeway in the 2016 film, which led to the 12-bullet countdown sequence. This movie heightens that with Wolverine Bones. The lead agent calls out,
They got the other thing.
Yes, he uses Wade's full name in the comics, Wade Winston Wilson. His middle name is Winston. His initials are WWW. Wade promises not to use any of his weapons, but then tells us,
There are 206 bones in the human body. 207 if I'm watching Gossip Girl.
This is Ryan Reynolds shouting out his flight with Flight Lagoon starring Gossip Girl and cameos in this movie as Lady Deadpool. Wade shouts his catchphrase from the previous films. And then we hear Instinct, bye, bye, bye. Now, perhaps the most iconic needle drop of the film, so much so that NSYNC retitled their YouTube upload of this music video as Original Video from Deadpool and Wolverine. This is also the music that plays in Cyclops' car when Wolverine, Rogue, Bobby, and Pyro take it out in 2003's X2.
I got him. Look at that. Can I get some of this, please?
Any car you want versus wide selection of great vehicles.
You going low?
Earn points toward future rentals.
So, by using this music, Deadpool is going to troll Wolverine with the songs that he hated. Ryan Reynolds choreographer double hit Polly.
3 million, 8 million. Oh my god. Yeah, they're all gonna die.
Wolverine skeleton.
You're all gonna die.
Team up after all.
Peanut is Deadpool's recurring nickname for Wolverine in this movie.
You're all going to die here.
Daughter Cassie in the Ant-Man movie. But as Wade says, Peanut line, it looks like he continues to puppet Logan's skull in the puppet reaction. Now, the first adamantium rib that Deadpool breaks off makes a kind of metallic sound effect that's similar to the original Snicks sound effect.
Damn, I can't get enough of y'all to kill, man. Let me get some kills.
Now the red blood splashing on the white snow is just kind of beautiful to look at, and it's such a contrast to anything we've seen in the MCU before. And I think Sean Levy decided to make it snowy in the scene just so that the blood would show up more vibrantly. It's actually a pretty clever way to deliver on fans' expectations of an R-rated film. The MPAA is actually far more tolerant of violence in movies and will let you go pretty far, and general audiences are less likely to complain about horrific violence, perhaps because, you know, they see it on the news all the time, than they are about explicit, like, sexual imagery and jokes. Ryan Reynolds' sexual jokes in this movie actually go over a lot of kids' heads. So you can actually see a lot of the craftsmanship in this movie is just like how far they were able to push the line and still make it feel like a Marvel movie that a lot of people were okay taking their kids to. When Deadpool uses Wolverine's adamantium skeleton to kill the TVA agent, when the adamantium skull shatters, on the roof of the mouth are the numbers 24601. This is the prisoner number of Jean Valjean, Hugh Jackman's character in 2012's Les Miserables. This detail appears under the name of the VFX producer, and I'm sure she was really proud of this Easter egg. Ryan Reynolds says that during the screening with Hugh Jackman, he whispered in Hugh's ear to look closely at the upcoming skull fragment to see if he could see anything, and he spotted the numbers immediately and was very pleased. At one point, Deadpool says, "Maradona from outside the box!" This is a reference to Diego Maradona, an Argentine footballer from the 80s who passed away in 2020, one of the all-time greatest. And given Ryan Reynolds' Welcome to Wrestling series, Reynolds just seems to have a soft spot for footballers. Deadpool uses one of Wolverine's phones as that 207th phone, shoving it in a TVA agent's crotch and sliding his hand up and down suggestively. And I love how he just interacts with the text of the titles. Like, there's always floating text shadows on other objects during this credit sequence. And at one point, Nick Pauli as Deadpool kind of shakes his butt and knocks the letters of P and A from the Paul of Paul Wernick. And you'll notice that one of the credits reads, produced by Kevin Feige and Lauren Schuler Donner. Feige actually got his start as an assistant to the longtime Hollywood producer, Lauren Schuler Donner, wife to Superman director Richard Donner, and one of the greatest Hollywood producers of a lot of films in the 80s and 90s that were amazing.
Come on.
Like, just her track record is one of them. But after X-Men in 2000, Kevin Feige left the Donner company to work for Marvel full-time as a producer. So really, just including her name here isn't just a courtesy. Lauren Schuler Donner is a legacy producer credited on all X-Men and Wolverine movies because she was that crucial to the franchise. And I just love that they credit her and Feige together here. So Deadpool reassembles Wolverine's claws on his forearms, which must have taken him quite a bit of time to do. Like, I imagine he would have had to strap one part on and then go over to kill a TVA agent. You know, go diligently strap on another one, and then probably all fell apart, so we had to start over. But it was that worth it.
And have fun.
As his soulmate.
Wow, YouTube's starting to fucking act up.
Ligaments to do this. Like, he had to pick those up of Wolverine's corpse. Those would have been the same tendons and ligaments that would snap into place as the claws would snip out. He recreates the anatomical flex that Wolverine would do every time he did this. And Deadpool does it right here, striking the classic Wolverine pose, which we will see Wolverine do for real later in the movie. So Deadpool pauses here to take it back, and the camera rotates around the side of him, also around the title text of the movie, to show Deadpool's butt. This is a callback to the first edit away from the three-way sequence in the 2016 movie, cutting from Deadpool's butt to Wayne's ass earlier, which Reynolds and the screenwriters called their ass-to-ass requiem for a dream transition by starting this film in the middle of the action and then flashing back to how we got there. We're structuring as the 2016 film, which opened on the freeway, and then
no distraction.
Mercenary before he became Deadpool. And yeah, we've seen the past films, we do see Deadpool's gun.
I wanna distract, I wanna kill.
So here we rewind time using Cable's time travel wristwatch device from Deadpool 2. And yes, again, this is an actual branded watch. It's a Carl E. Bucherer watch. Apparently, David Leitch puts these watches in multiple of his films. That's why it was in Deadpool 2, which David Leitch directed. And we review everything Deadpool did in the first 2 films, but in reverse order. We see how he fell in love with Vanessa, how he got cancer, how he sought alternative treatment, and then Francis became Ajax scarred. Which led to Wayne Hudson transit. And one of the funniest details, by the way, of that is throughout that montage in the 2016 movie, Deadpool would always scream, "Where's Francis?" and then kill people, and no one.
Maybe he's hunting. He's hunting that guy.
He got Ajax from the dish soap.
Also, when
oh my God, not both of y'all. Come on, don't do this to me.
Then in Deadpool 2, when he lost Vanessa to the Assassins and joined the X-Men, including Yukio, and helped save the young mutant Russell from Cable aboard the X-Force, and watched most of them die, and then joined forces with Cable to stop Russell from destroying the abusive orphanage, and sacrificed
I'm on my way to
himself,
come get that. I'm not leaving though.
Cable's time travel device to prevent his own death,
definitely not leaving.
In the post-credit sequence,
But I'm coming over there to get that. Still reserved.
Shatterstar and the X-Force, and then shoot Ryan Reynolds in the head before making Green Lantern and killing his alternate self as Weapon 11 in 2009's X-Men Origins Wolverine. Those last two are what we rewind back through here as we arrive to March 14th, 2018, Universe 616 Sacred Timeline. It's Pi Day. This would be right before the snap in the MCU timeline, which occurs in May 2018. Now, you may ask, how was Deadpool able to use the device made for time travel within a single timeline to hop across to a different universe? This movie doesn't really address that funny logic, but Deadpool, we must acknowledge, is a meta character who can innately cross.
Ooh, did that say 10 million damage?
Like this, that unique quality is why this
holy shit.
From Universe 10005 to begin with. You guys already know how much we love Boxu, the Japanese snack box.
That definitely said 10 million damage.
Advent calendar.
I know I'm not tripping.
But take it up another notch for the holidays. As always,
that damn sure said 10 million.
And it also has the coolest little authentic collectibles. Obviously, the idea with an advent calendar is that you count down the days until Christmas by opening one door each day. I don't want to spoil too much of the surprise, but we'll give you a little taste of what's inside. 24 days of wonderful little surprises from Boxu. Let's just kind of peek through this here. It's a little box. Fortune toy.
Oh God! Can I fast forward? Come on, Paul. Come on, Ross. Come on, Ross. You be killing me with this sus behavior. And you're married. He's a married. Well, it don't even matter nowadays, right? If they're married, because all these new era married dudes be letting their girls peg them, so don't matter if they're that anymore.
Sweet potato cookies from Hokkaido. You know, sweet is overrated.
He definitely sound like a dude who
again, another type of thing that you can't
lets
find
his wife peg him on Women's Day.
In like American shops. We know that
since we talk about Deadpool and Wolverine, come on, that's a Deadpool reference. If you saw the first Deadpool, you know what I'm talking about.
Really is worth the splurge. If you want to treat yourself to the best of Boxu and support
Ross definitely sounds like
10 to get 10% off
he happily lets his wife peg him on Women's Day. And the part say, come on guys, there's nothing wrong with it, it's Women's Day.
From Avengers Tower in Manhattan to the upstate New York
you have to let them do, get their Women's Day game.
Which I assume is Tony Stark's office and not Happy Hogan's office, filled with Easter eggs. Because he hasn't really found places to put all these relics and artifacts. We see the cover of Forbes from Iron Man 3 that features Pepper Potts with the headline Pepper Potts stirs up stars.
Tell me I got it. Tell me I got the last one.
From Tony Stark's workshop
what?
Prop up the machinery in Iron Man 2. There's the original piece of Ultron, which was the first Iron Legion drone.
Somebody, I did.
Over the one that was
the other guy didn't get it. Oh, that's, come on, that sucks.
Ultron's consciousness might still exist in that air-gapped head, so that Happy and Tony can kind of keep an eye on it. Because somehow Ultron is going to come back in the Vision Quest series. We see the swinging Styx desk ornament.
I think I got one. Here we go.
2. We see Tony's original arc reactor, the proof Tony Stark has a heart, years before it would be placed on his funeral wreath in Avengers.
If you need, if you looking for something specific, you drop it. I'll add on to it.
Just, how do you know? It's on the screen. Should have got that. Anyway, the incredible new iPhone 16 Pro is built from the ground up.
Commercial. Hold on.
Celebrate that you can get fast.
Commercial.
you know, it looks like a Captain America trading card. Perhaps the one that Nick Fury took from Agent Coulson's collection and smeared with blood.
I like new rock stars, okay? Don't make it seem like I don't like new rock stars. I do like new rock stars. It's just that.
The one that Happy slid to him on the racetrack in Monaco.
Well, it's really new rock stars, but
inverted, the shape that
I'm not even gonna get into that.
inspired Tony Stark to unlock the secrets of time travel and give the Avengers a way to undo the snap and Endgame. And I love the
definitely down with the Hollywood agenda shit.
Peter Parker that they took as a cover story around the time of Civil War when Peter Parker was holding the Stark internship certificate upside down and Tony was putting rabbit ears behind Peter. And the fact that Peter
That's why when Ross announced that he was getting married and then he got married and then he announced he was having a kid, I was like, what? You did not seem like that, dude.
I also appreciate the joke that Peter Parker's face is covered because no one remembers him after the.
And at first, I know what you think, because at first I thought the same thing. When he said, but he always says his wife and her. So I think that means he's married to a woman.
That the kid was wearing at the Stark Expo in Iron Man 2, the kid from Queen that Kevin Feige later established to be a young Peter Parker, according to Tom Holland, when Spider-Man Homecoming was coming out. So not only does it cement that connection in canon, on screen it tells us that Tony Stark always remembered that moment from the Stark Expo and made this connection himself, and he kept this toy to remember it. I think also back in Iron Man 2, the actor who played the kid under the helmet was Jon Favreau's kid. And the poster rolling in the 1954 Stark Expo, which we saw Howard Stark promoting archive footage in Iron Man 2. It was this City of Tomorrow that inspired Tony to invent the new element that he would use to power his new arc reactor. I love that Jon Favreau returned to this movie because he originally played Foggy Nelson in the 2003 Daredevil film with Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner, and it was on that film when he met Kevin Feige. Originally in the scene in Spider-Man No Way Home where Tony Stark and they were going to
give me a little bit of that. Give me a little bit of that. Oh shit. Life support.
On the Avengers and apologizes to Happy Hogan for being caught masturbating in the lobby of Stark Tower, which he says is when you take two whole hands.
Let him come and he will die.
Screenwriter Rhett Reese said that there were plans for all 6 original Avengers to
Let him
appear in the sequence.
come on, chase me.
Each of them after being rejected, and Peter was also supposed to appear in the scene and casually lift Mjolnir in the background. That guy is just packing all kinds of heat. But I love the mention of Avengers Tower here because I've always theorized that Spider-Man No Way Home established that there was no Oscorp in the MCU. We kind of opened up this question of, well, then what spider bit Peter?
Oh, how did I miss?
Tom Holland and Peter Parker in the MCU, and I like the idea that it might have been
I got him. How did I miss?
That would have been in Avengers Tower in Midtown after they moved upstate in 2015 after Age of Ultron, and Peter maybe broke into that tower to snoop around, and that could have been one of many security breaches that led to Happy moving everything upstate, and that now was also how Wade got caught. It's also funny that Wade calls it Stark Tower and keeps the line thing.
Alright, I got 10.
And didn't know they moved upstate. Wade asks Happy if he was the Avengers chauffeur, and later asks if his superpower is parallel parking, reminding us of Happy's beginnings as Tony's driver in the earlier films, but started in Iron Man 3, Happy became the head of security. Wade mentions that he was originally Special Forces, an origin that Wade and Weasel talked about in the 2016 film, and mentions his team experience as the founder of the X-Force, who he said all perished due to what the police called gravity, but that they didn't focus as well. We know that the members Peter and Shatterstar survived due to Wade's efforts in the post-credit sequence, but he doesn't want to lie to Happy that he originally did get all of them killed. Wade says that Cable specifically didn't test well as well, which is great because obviously Cable is played by Josh Brolin, who also plays Thanos in this universe. So if he was brought over, he'd be one of the several MCU actors who played multiple roles in this franchise. Happy says that Wade wants to be an Avenger because
he's over here
and the Avengers do what they do because the world needs them. So this gives us Wade's whole motivation in this movie. He's an outcast in the primetime MCU and a misfit toy from this film reality. He's vulnerable to false promises to be the savior of a community that rejected him. Yet ultimately, he decides to stay in Earth 10005, the universe that he started in. And I also just want to line here.
Everybody's a world-saving
Life support has been replenished.
Yeah, I'm happy. Just a great pun. So Deadpool returns to Universe 10005.
Oh, that's at 4 million.
Marvel Universe. So this movie does an interesting by establishing that the first 2 Deadpool films are in the universe of 10005.
That's definitely said 4 million. I know that's at 4 million.
The first and second Deadpool films belong to a separate universe that people online codify as Earth 41633. Now, that universe is supposed to be in whatever the present day is, but it always had a kind of an unclear relationship with the rest of the Fox Marvel world of characters like in Deadpool 2, the cast of X-Men from Dark Phoenix, the movie set in
Yeah, Quavo
1992,
is
cameoed in the
yo, how did he get?
Day. And
How you didn't get enough?
obviously different from the one played by Daniel Cudmore.
Yo, how you did? How?
Stand and in X-Men Days of Future Past. But
Dude, how you didn't get enough when I know I got 10. I got 10. I don't know how that happened. Dude, I got 10 and I stayed close to you, so there should have been no reason you didn't get the 10.
Events of Days of Future Past did alter the Universe 10005 timeline so that we don't really know what happened in the modern X-Men history after the events of X1 until the happy ending depicted at the end of Days of Future Past, which was around 2024. So right now we are around 2024 in that revised 10005 universe after Days of Future Past. And people thought that we were also after the events of Logan, which was supposed to be set around the year 2029. When
Definitely tried to make sure you got the 10. I don't know how you didn't get the 10.
Really what it is Paradox just looks at 10005 as a universe in which its anchor, Wolverine, dies at some point as an eventuality, which means that 10005 is marked for demolition. So, to answer the question, how is this movie set in 2024 if the events of the Logan film are set in 2029? Well, I guess we should acknowledge that James Mangold once said that Logan was really set in an alternate future from the other X-Men films, but, you know, this movie also seems to adopt the events of Logan back into the 10005 timeline. But ultimately, Paradox is the one who tells Wade that his universe is done because Anchor Bean died, past tense, and Paradox exists in the TVA, which is outside of time. In the TVA, they look at timelines not as a linear chain of events, but as part of a history where everything has been written already, and everything in that history is contained in a closed book that is happening all at once. So it really wouldn't matter that Wade's birthday party was in 2024 and Logan's death was in 2029. The TVA just sees Universe 10005 as an already completed film series destined to end in decay when Logan dies in 2029. So the TVA intervened several years before that, 2024, to extract Deadpool, and that is when Paradox initiated the time reverse device in the TVA outpost below the street to expedite it. When we see Deadpool at Wolverine's gravesite in North Dakota, Deadpool has only gotten there because he uses Paradox's 10 pad to jump several years in the future from where he was at his birthday. And by the way, I'm pretty sure the gravesite is not precisely at 2029, but actually something like 2032 or later. Why? Well, Logan's corpse has mostly decayed. Also, Florida has aged a bit, which obviously is just Daphne Keene's natural aging, but aging like that would not have happened in the Void because in the Loki series, Kid Loki never ages. Also, from that gravesite area, Deadpool then makes a series of lateral jumps across the multiverse looking for a living Wolverine until he finds the worst Wolverine in the bar, and that Wolverine later says he's 200 years old, and Wolverine was canonically born in 1832, so that's how he gets to 2032. So, Deadpool Wolverine, then 2024, when Wade is in the Vancouver area, then 2032 for later, when we're at Wolverine's gravesite, and then outside of time, when we are in the TVA or the Void, and then in the 616 MCU Sacred Timeline, where we're hanging out with Happy Hogan, that's March 2018. Again, 2 months before the snap. Okay, so we see Deadpool now working at DriveMax, and there's a suit-up montage parallel to the one we see later in the TVA, but he's wearing blue here instead of red. And in his locker is the book The Canadian Mounted. That's the same book that Deadpool really enjoyed reading in the 2016 film, and was seen reading in Deadpool 2. This was actually the book John Candy was reading in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, and again, Reynolds said that that film was a major inspiration for the funny comedy.
Oh, one shot at his bitch ass. Get out of here.
How it compares to the Honda Odyssey, which I'm pretty sure paid for a product placement in this movie, but as part of the deal, had to have been okay with Ryan Reynolds talking so much shit about it the whole film.
Life support activated.
Rob Delaney returns as Peter, who keeps Wade's suit in his locker, and will come back in an important role later in the film. Now, inside the locker door is a sticker for Magpie that I've said in the past kind of looks like the logo for Knox County. That's a football club that's a rival to Wrexham AFC, the club co-owned by Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, and both clubs are featured in their Walker to Wrexham docu-series. Wade and Peter find back home on Wade Street, which is on the corner of Walker and Main. Walker could be a nod to Walker and Swivel, who co-starred with Reynolds in Sean Levy's previous film, The Adam Project. Wade is photographed by TVA agents disguised as construction workers and surveyors. They're currently in the process of setting up Paradox's time reverse device in the subway station below. Now, this block will later be the showdown in the final battle.
Oh, that's at 11 million.
And it's always cool when movies come full circle for their final act. Like the hotel and opening scene of The Matrix in the same hotel where
that's insane. That's what I'm talking about.
When you're watching this movie, that they had to kind of contain a lot of the action on a pretty clear backlot set like this, just so they could have all these cameos videos and to cover the street so that no drone cameras or leaks could get out. That's why you don't really see a lot of shadows on the set. They shot in the open air, but they covered it with a tarp because they knew a lot of attention would be on this movie, and they wanted to avoid like spy cameras getting glimpses of anything. Wade walks into a surprise birthday party with Peter, and everyone's there. Blind Al, Vanessa, Dopinder, Colossus, Megatonic Teenage Warhead, Yukio, Shatterstar, and Buck, who is the mercenary from Sister Margaret's bar.
Going to the Cougar Rock model, denial is just one of the 5 stages of grief. Jesus Christ, Buck.
Life support has been replenished.
And Wade actually calls back that no-speaking rule in the scene after listing off a bunch of hot-button political issues and then says it's the button. A little detail here, someone clearly sharpied some boobs on the wall. I assume it was Wade. Now, Wade's apartment number is 17. I've talked about this before. 17, just kind of a weird recurring number in the MCU. It was one of the Winter Soldier activation words. 17A was a silo number in Avengers Campus that contained Tony Stark's Iron Spider armor in Infinity War. And in that same movie, T'Challa ordered to open Northwest Section 17 of Wakanda. And why does 17 keep coming up? Well, it's just a weirdly specific prime number, and screenwriters will use the number 17 a lot because it's simultaneously a lot of something, but also not a ton of something. And here, 17 is just an indicator that Wade and Al can only afford to live in a building with a lot of units in it. Blind Al wants cocaine. In the first Deadpool film, Wade said there was 116 kilos of cocaine hidden in the apartment somewhere, which was right beside the cure for blindness. And then in Deadpool 2, they call that back when the floorboard is lifted, showing Wade's cocaine near container marked cure for blindness. Wade says,
one thing that I what about Bolivian marching? We know all the turns we have a list. Even snowboarding? Even whistle White girl interrupted? Even forced off. I would decide how to go. You want to build a snowman?
But I can't.
Wade references one of Disney's biggest hits, Frozen. Also in Deadpool 2, Wade observed how to want to build a snowman. The same melody as Papa, Can You Hear Me? From Barbra Streisand. Albeit to know Wade is a huge Broadway nerd, down to having a Wrench t-shirt. Wade learns that Vanessa is seeing someone new named Jermis who likes hiking. In the background, you can hear Juice Newton's Angel of the Morning. That's the song that played over the opening shot of the 2016 film, The Car Crash. On the walls of Wade and Al's apartment is print art that I pointed out looks a lot like Roy Lichtenstein prints. Roy Lichtenstein was a 1960s pop artist known for his comic strip-inspired parody art. One of these stills looks like the famous In the Car painting, but it's been kind of reversed with a woman driving a car. It's just some interestingly ironic set decoration for Wade's apartment, as Deadpool's role in the Marvel movies is to kind of make the medium of comic book cinema as the lens through which he parodies the genre. And he subverts it through roles just like this. Wade stands over the case and says that all the people he loves are in the room, which brings out T.J. Miller was not brought back for this film, and he makes a wish. Now, this movie later references The Wizard of Oz, and as I pointed out before, Wizard of Oz is kind of the ultimate dream movie, right? It ends as kind of a wish fulfillment thing, and the character goes through an analog of their waking life, and then ends the movie waking up from that dream and questioning what they went through. And it's just interesting to note that this movie follows Wade makes the wish. Immediately, the knock on the door happens right after he blows the candle out, and then he comes back into his waking life, reunited with his family. What is Wade's wish? To be a Marvel hero who matters. An Avenger. And then from that wish, he's transported to the magical dream world with all kinds of fantasy oddballs. Also a little dog, too. And he's kind of torn between warring witch and wizard figures. And ultimately, Deadpool wakes up from the dream just to realize there's no place like home.
I need a flat space. This ain't flat. Let's see what's over here. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. K-pop. Wow. Makes me want to vomit.
TVA are erotic dancers or sex workers, thinking that their pruning sticks are sex toys.
Pegging isn't new for me, friendo.
Okay, this is wide enough.
Now, pegging is not new to Deadpool. Vanessa wore a strap-on to the International Women's Day during that calendar.
Yeah, that's what Ross lets his wife do.
By looking directly at the camera, a meta move reserved only for characters who can break through to the audience, whether it's Wanda Maximoff or She-Hulk or Agatha Harkness or the Russo brothers, nephews, and that creepy Stephen Endgame.
I don't give a shit. There ain't nothing on planet Earth that would convince me. I would be so mad, I might be ready to leave you for that shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been really wanting to try this. It's listen, everybody's doing it nowadays. We're all doing it. It's the cool thing to do. To show you love me. Like, yeah, baby, what do you want to do? Well, I got this 16-inch game. I want to put this on and pay you. What? Like, motherfucker, yo, you gonna believe it?
Charge, the TVA should no longer have to violently prune branch timelines, but nurture a flowing multiverse.
You out of your mind?
Archie orders. Paradox explains that Wade's messing around with Cable's time travel device isn't why Wade's there, and he claims this. That snap kind of sounded like the snap from the Disney Plus bumper animation. Actually, a more recent look-ahead promo for Disney Plus's 2025 Marvel releases seem to indicate a connection between what is literally on the TVA screen and just the actual Disney Plus titles that we choose from the Disney Plus loading page. And I think between this and the robot Kevin and the Disney Vault on the lot in Burbank, I think Marvel Studios is suggesting that there is just this meta plane of existence where the TVA and Kevin are able to watch the MCU back on their screen through the exact framing and editing that these titles were made with. Now, there's actually a deleted scene here with Wade and Paradox in the elevator.
Do you think I ever see Dr. Hand in the quantum verse of madness?
I wish they kept series. I love this joke of Wade mixing up the Doctor Strange of the Multiverse of Madness and Quantumania titles, as many casual viewers of the Marvel films too. Also, I find it interesting that Paradox calls the 616 Sacred Timeline the only true universe, and that it's guarded.
Yo, what the fuck? Why is he doing that?
Working its plan from Kang to Doom for Avengers 5 and 6. I think Paradox is a rogue agent enough that he might come back as a minion serving Victor Von Doom if Doom were to ever take over the TVA. Paradox explains that Wade has been selected for some mysterious higher purpose to save the Sacred Timeline from this.
From a possibly grisly fate sometime in the future.
That possible grisly fate sounds like what is awaiting the MCU in Doomsday. Paradox turns on the video wall of screens that show clips of Steve Rogers, Captain America from MCU past. We see him fighting Loki in Germany in the 2012 Avengers, and wielding Mjolnir in the Battle of Earth and Endgame, also leading the Howling Commando through the door in that World War II mission against Hydra in the first Cap film in 2011. On other screens, we see the Sacred Timeline, as well as some security cameras monitoring various parts of the TVA, and we see a shot of Captain America's shield. We see Steve saluting for the first Cap film, while on the right you can see the airport battle from Civil War with Wanda and Black Panther facing off. Then we see Wade saluting as Cap fights Batroc the Leaper in the opening fight of Winter Soldier. Then in the middle screen, we see the Avengers leaping to the right in their Hydra battle in the beginning of Age of Ultron. And then on the far right, we see Cap in close-up when he was facing Bucky in the Captain America Winter Soldier final battle on the Hydra helicarrier. Paradox says that Wade can be a hero among heroes, and a new image appears on screen showing Thor cradling Deadpool's body in a similar pose as Thor holding Loki when he thought Loki had died on Svartalfheim in 2013's Thor: The Dark World.
Is that Thor?
You notice how the music has shifted from the Avengers theme to an Asgardian melody, and Paradox says this. Let's not Again, we are getting some hints at what we might see in Secret Wars, and it's all but confirmed that Wolverine and Deadpool are going to return for that crossover event. And I just love how this sets up the running gag in this movie of Deadpool always waking up from naps, gasping, God of Thunder, and Thor, which I think could be Deadpool dreaming, aka peering into the lives of his multiversal selves, because that's what Multiverse of Madness said dreaming is. And every time now Deadpool has a dream, he's going to wonder, is that what I'm going to go through at some point in these multiversal events? Deadpool says, he is ripping on Dwayne and The Rock Johnson's overstated plan.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
The hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
That only gets funnier and funnier over the years because Johnson was saying that Black Adam would be so game-changing just because it brought back Henry Cavill for a cameo as Superman in the post-credit scene and even spoiled it in the marketing, and the movie still underperformed, but Johnson remains in denial about that, and poor Henry Cavill would soon be recast.
Oh shit, what the hell just happened? Whoa.
Deadpool says,
where are you at?
Yeah, he uses the same pausing in the words as Tony Stark does when he makes his big move in Endgame.
I ain't scared of you. Oh, you keep bleeping me out. You keep bleeping me out because you're scared. You're scared.
So when he headbutts the camera,
he's scared. He's scared.
Cracking the fourth wall, and he says,
he is definitely scared.
Extraction is our best
and right
option.
after this, Deadpool would be meetable at Disneyland's Avengers Campus and actually made a fairly controversial joke in a script that would have had to have been approved by Disneyland's people that seemed to be making light of a wrongful death lawsuit that someone filed against a downtown
Life
Disney
support has
restaurant
been
that Disney
replenished.
tried initially to force an arbitration Disney Plus account in the past. So Deadpool gets a new suit from the TVA tailor with adamantium katanas, and once again, the grip at the base of the blade have little Deadpool eyes so that when Wade stabs people like in the face, Deadpool eyes will be the last thing they see. Now the front of the grip used to read me and Arthur as Deadpool, named his sword after his favorite Golden Girl, but now if you look closely, they are DR and SB, which I've been confirmed to stand for Dorothy, Rose, Sophia, and Blanche. So now we get all 4 Golden Girls. Also, as before, the muzzle on his gun is etched with the words "Smile, wait for the flash," and a throwback to the gratuitous suit-up montages in late 90s Batman movies. We get a lot of close-ups of Deadpool's crotch and butt, with the tailor's white gloved hand spanking and goosing him way too much. Also, if you listen closely, at one point you hear Deadpool's junk squeaking like a dog toy. Over this disclaimer is by Fergie playing as Deadpool shows off his new costume.
FYI, your tailor is a predator. And yes.
Come on.
Calling your wife? HR. Does your wife work in HR?
This TVA agent, played by James Dryden, is the one with the "I like me" front mug. Deadpool calls Paradox's test pad an Amazon Fire Phone.
Life
Power up
support
the
activated.
Amazon Fire Phone there and get me back home so I can let my friends know that they've been upgraded.
There is a recurring thought in movies and TV shows where if characters have phones other than an iPhone, it could be a clue that they are secretly a villain. This belief came from Ryan Johnson for Knives Out, who said that Apple, for that movie, only let him show an iPhone on screen if it was used by a non-villain character. But I have to debunk this constantly because since 2017, we have seen countless examples of villainous characters using iPhones. Like the characters in Penguin are all pretty evil and they use iPhones. If you watch any Apple TV Plus series like Ted Lasso, the really asshole characters in that show all use iPhones. But
people love the renewal by Anderson installer. Learn what else they love, including this month's deal.
If you need work done around the house, it can be hard to find a reliable contractor around here. They're juggling jobs, they won't call you back. Well, if you need windows or doors, Renewal by Anderson's reliability is one of the many reasons thousands of local customers have trusted us. As the replacement of Anderson, we...
Poo-poo.
But it's worth pointing out here because, you know, the rule doesn't end up being true for Paradox. On various screens of the TVA up in the corner, you can see our friends at the Cantina Creative VFX team adding little TVA company flourishes, since they're the ones who created a lot of the interface designs for the first season of Loki. And here, you can see the slogan, "For all time, always," that they put in there. Just love the attention to detail. Paradox explains that Wade won't be able to take any of his friends with him, showing him his dying timeline using a similar interface we saw in the Loki series. The line is decaying. Paradox says this is what happens when the universe loses its anchor being, saying this.
An anchor being is an entity of something like when they die, the whole world slowly witnesses.
Now, the concept of an anchor being seems like it's coming from Jonathan Hickman's Time Running Out storyline, which really leads to the 2015 Secret Wars crossover event. Owen Reese is Molecule Man, and this guy's installed in every universe by the Beyonders as an experimental ticking time bomb to trigger the death of that universe. But this idea of an anchor is more of an organic, natural phenomenon. Every universe has, at some point in its history, a being whose very life, even if that life doesn't begin until billions of years into that universe's history, anchors the universe into existence. And when that anchor dies, the universe begins to unravel. It's not immediate. It takes thousands of years, but it is doomed. So we are obviously asking who the anchor of the 616 MCU is or was. Was it Tony Stark or Steve Rogers or Wanda Maximoff? Kevin Feige once called Doctor Strange, quote, the anchor of the Marvel Cinematic Universe during Benedict Cumberbatch's Walk of Fame Square ceremony, but I have made a strong case in the past for Kang /Nicholas Winter /Victor Timely being the MCU's anchor being. That's one way the MCU can still make what they've done already.
Let's get busy.
Have importance to the future while
talking.
Paradox says that the anchor of 1005, Deadpool's universe, and the universe of Fox and X-Men was Wolverine, and pulls up Logan's death from the end of the 2017 Logan film, and all the TV execs watch it like it's their favorite movie. When Logan says the dying words, "This is what it feels like," Paradox mouths along. Paradox says that he was tasked with the overseeing of the death of universe 10005, but that he doesn't want to wait for it to happen naturally, saying,
We should just prove simple and a bit efficient, but I'm told the TVA doesn't like to do that anymore. Well, I do. And no matter what my so-called superiors say, the multiverse does not a babysitter. We need...
Oh, I need those. I need the light
there's
support.
an insert close-up of Matthew McFadden on what looks like a composite extra line about the TVA's new policy late into production after Loki Season 2 finished. Now, the babysitter that Paradox refers to would be B-15, but she's carrying out the will of the God of Stories, Loki. So we don't know if Paradox knows that Loki has taken over the TVA, or if he only sees the TVA from the perspective of middle management. Paradox's resistance tells us how dangerous the TVA really is, because it has internal divisions and factions that resist the change that we thought had taken over their organization and can covertly use parts of it for their own personal agenda. Paradox unveils his mercy-killing machine, the Time Ripper, saying this: "It will allow me to destroy the space-time matrix of your universe." Now, at a different part of the movie, Paradox and the team will refer to this device as an unsanctioned Time Ripper, suggesting that there are actually multiple Time Rippers in TVA storage, which suggests the device was not Paradox's invention and was actually created by someone else in the TVA for some other purpose. I think it might have been for a Boris or B. Now, later when we see the Time Ripper, it in fact make it look like it's composited or perhaps charged by dozens of reset charged canisters. We saw these in the Loki series. Each one of these could prune a single branch of the timeline before that branch crossed the threshold. So it makes sense that it would take dozens of them powered by columns of matter and antimatter to completely spaghettify the entire trunk of a reality. Deadpool headbutts Paradox and leaps to grab Paradox's tempad, nearly sitting on Ralph, but opening up a time door, taking the mug with them. So Deadpool now rewinds back to the opening scene in North Dakota. The lead hunter says this:
"Logan was a hero, and you only were to ever come after him."
And it's pretty funny because they are right by the Canadian border. Deadpool used that to break his rule to not use weapons in this awesome bounce shot to kill him. And they say,
"Make it stop! Man, don't stop!"
Obviously a reference to Logan Drake and James Mangold. And we also hear this line:
"Get our country's name out of your f***ing mouth."
Of course, a reference to Will Smith yelling at Chris Rock before slapping him at the Oscars.
"Keep my wife's name out of your mouth!"
So Deadpool now goes on a montage that Huey Lewis and the News' The Power of Love, searching the multiverse for a new living Wolverine. This was the song that played in Back to the Future over shots of Marty entering Hill Valley Town Square, so it's kind of like a good time travel montage song. Deadpool arrives in a bar with axe throwing and meets a Wolverine of comic accurate height, 5'3". It's Hugh Jackman, shrunken with VFX. Wolverine was given his height in the comics to better reflect a stocky Wolverine-like stature, and it's always been an issue since they cast the towering 6'2" Hugh Jackman. For this shot, they actually used the body of 4'10" actor Luke Bennett, who has played roles in movies like Dungeons & Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. Next, we see Deadpool in a fiery alley with grungy, post-apocalyptic graffiti. The Wolverine here is Agent Apocalypse Wolverine, who uses the alias of Weapon X. This is from Earth 295, when Apocalypse has taken over North America and decimated the planet. Jackman here has the same sleeveless black leather suit with the red stripes and the tangled hair and a metal stump on one arm that we don't see it initially here. Releases 3 claws just from the stump. Next, Deadpool finds the casino Patch, Wolverine's alter ego, who gambles and wears an eye patch and dresses like James Bond. The comics, Patch is an alias used by Wolverine since the 80s, but recently in 2022, we saw a solo written by
you are really starting to annoy me.
mission to Madripoor in the Princess Bar under the Patch alias. We also see Deadpool walking up
I
to
don't want to have
Logan
to.
Wolverine, who blows Deadpool away with a shotgun. Old Man Logan is one of the craziest Elseworld comic storylines that inspires this movie in other ways. Deadpool lands in a field of red and skulls to find Wolverine crucified on a giant yellow X. This is from Chris Claremont's Uncanny X-Men number 251 from 1989,
Additional life
when
support has
Wolverine
arrived.
is being tortured by the Reavers, which was actually the name given to the mercenaries from the 2013 Logan film. This giant yellow X will also return as a visual when we arrive in the Void later, but they actually built this set practically. There was like a mound of red skulls that Deadpool landed on, and they actually strapped a barely clothed Hugh Jackman to this prop. Next, Deadpool finds a classic John Byrne brown and tan suit Wolverine, and Deadpool asks,
"Now, you thought the heck of this outfit, no?"
and then this Wolverine sticks his claws out, and Hulk roars in the reflection. This is a recreation of the cover of Todd McFarlane's The Incredible Hulk number 340. Hulk, and it looks like this is Mark Ruffalo's version of Hulk, and not the Edward Norton version, punches Deadpool into the roots of the tree, and it is on the stumps and roots of the tree that Wolverine died in Logan. But when this happened, if you listen closely, Deadpool says this:
"I Marvel Jesus, you fell creature, I will not."
in a version of the word Loki said to Hulk in the 2012 Avengers film, right before Hulk wrecks Loki.
"I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied by that."
I think we are all dying to see more of this universe. Like, I want to see a universe where Wolverine and Hulk are fighting in the woods all the time. Like, please convert this universe into Battle World for Secret Wars. I think we all need to see it. And lastly, we see the muscular, total package Wolverine smoking a cigar over a motorcycle revealed to be Henry Cavill. Deadpool calls him the Cavalrine and says this:
"So much better. Get fuck down the street."
Of course, this is referring to the fan support of Henry Cavill over the way Warner Brothers brought to an end the Zack Snyder era of DC films, specifically with Henry Cavill, who did turn down other projects to come back and play Superman just for the studio to reboot the full DC slate when Henry Cavill sneaks his claws. He did so in a similar gesture of the arm pumping as Cavill's famous Mission Impossible Fallout arm reload move, where he was able to make a breast pocket magically appear. Now, while this montage is taking place, there's actually another deleted scene that would have introduced B-15 far earlier in the film, when Paradox, his nose broken from Deadpool's headbutt, asked B-15 for more resources.
These resource requests are expensive, Mr. Paradox, especially for an in-world observation post.
Well, you've seen the file on 100 advice. Seeming a troublemaker.
Remember, your job is to do nothing. Make sure others do nothing. Do it long enough, maybe you'll sit in my chair one day.
Sit in your chair and do nothing.
Do I detect a tone?
Tone?
Maybe you'll detect this one. Good day, Mr. Paradox.
She told him.
Meanwhile, Deadpool finally arrives at the bar, where he finds the worst Wolverine. In this bar, there are Calvary Flames logos and banners all over the place, and staying in the background is a cameo by Ollie Palmer, striker from Wrexham AFC. On the tip jar is a sign, just put the tip in, see how it feels. Now, the bartender, credited as the bartender in the credits, is played by Greg Hemphill, Scottish actor, best known for Stillgate. This Wolverine tries to snake his claws, but they only come out an inch or so, which is called the opening fight in the 2017 Logan film, where a similarly drunk Logan, who works as a chauffeur, like Happy does, tried to fight carjackers, but the claws only came halfway out. This is obviously worse. Wolverine chugs the entire handle of whiskey, and Deadpool quips that audiences are accustomed to long run times, but Deadpool and Wolverine at 2 hours and 8 minutes is actually on the shorter side of MCU movies, at least there are big crossover ones. Deadpool calls him a honey badger, which is basically a smaller, less aggressive Wolverine.
Honey badger don't care. Honey badger don't give a shit. It just takes what it wants. Whenever it's hungry, it's just doing it. Eat,
Deadpool sees that this Wolverine wears a blue tail under his clothes, which he sees as a good sign. He turns to the camera and says this.
That only took 20 years.
Obviously, a reference to the first X-Men film, when Bryan Singer and Fox refused to put the X-Men in comic-accurate colors and even made fun of those looks.
Maybe I like 70s. What would you prefer? Yellow spandex?
Kevin Feige recently revealed at a press conference that the success of The Matrix in 1999 was a big part of the reason why, saying there were studio execs in charge who knew that The Matrix had been a big hit and The Matrix had black leather, so let's put in the black leather. The recent season of X-Men 97 would also kind of reclaim this line.
What do you expect? Black leather?
Deadpool drags Wolverine back to the TVA saying, "Relax, baby girl." A reference to the on-your-left exchanges between Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson, notably when Sam Wilson appears through a portal in Endgame. Deadpool says,
"This wasn't a good thing. We can do anything even musical."
Yes, referring to Hugh Jackman's background as a musical stage actor. Paradox says that you can't swap in any Wolverine as an anchor, and that this Wolverine was the worst of them all. Wolverine awakens, and Deadpool says,
"Welcome to MCU, by the way. You're joining me to go for low point."
Indeed, after Quantumania, Secret Invasion, and the Marvels, the MCU did have a mixed 2023. I think we should acknowledge, though, that a low point for the MCU is really a high watermark for any other film franchise. And since this movie, the MCU, I would say, feels like right now it's back. Deadpool threatens to use his black belt and carry it to snitch off of Paradox and his team are going out book, and Paradox proves them both to the Void. Now again, the Void in the Loki series is where the TVA proves redundancy born things from erased timelines. Throughout this part of the movie, you can see stuff continue.
Oh, come on, a Paris Prime.
As it did in Loki season 1 episode 5. And while that seems to contradict the TVA's new mission to no longer be proving timelines, consider
I'm gonna run all of these shits if I have to, god damn it, I'm not getting nothing good.
Anchors will still naturally end up in the Void regardless of what the TVA does to intervene. Now, as soon as we enter the Void, right away, we see some of the many Easter eggs that are in the movie. We see an old school Thor helmet, as well as a Captain America shield that are half buried in the dirt. This is specifically Steve Rogers' Hydra Agent shield from the 2016 run. We of course see Deadpool laying beside a comic book, Jonathan Hickman's Secret Wars number 5, which shows on the cover God Emperor Doom forming out of the Beyonders and Owen Reed. This is actually the issue that reveals how Dr. Doom powered up into God Emperor Doom by using the Beyonders' universe death triggers, the molecule in Owen Reed, as conduits to absorb the Beyonders' power. And it's that power that Doom used to create Battleworld after the incursion between the universes 616 and 1610. I think they put this in the movie to kind of tell us exactly what they plan to do. But on top of that comic book is a bottle of Pingo Dolce, the cheese bottle from The Plant, where Edward Norton's Bruce Banner worked in the 2008 Incredible Hulk film. That's where he fled into the assembly line using a bunch of Pingo Dolce drinkers sick, including Stan Lee. But again, this Secret Wars comic book is now just very, very important when you consider that the day after Deadpool and Wolverine released, Kevin Feige and the Russo brothers told attendees at San Diego Comic-Con that Robert Downey Jr. would be returning to the MCU as Dr. Doom in Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret Wars. And Downey said only 4 words.
New mask. Another life support capsule.
Same task.
Now, we've made a lot of theories about Marvel's plan for Downey's version of Doom, but this Easter egg right here, which showed up actually in the first February 2024 trailer, which is just a few months after Marvel decided to pivot away from Jonathan Majors Kang to Dr. Doom at their annual Palm Springs retreat in September 2023, suggests that this is just an early sign that the studio plan is to revert back to the original villain of Hickman's time-run-down Secret Wars storyline from 2015, God Emperor Doom, which could mean that we'll get a recreation of the iconic comic image of Doom that plunged his hand in Thanos' chest, turning them into a skeleton. Placing in the Secret Wars comic here with God Emperor Doom is just now a clue that this changing the guard to Dr. Doom, a version more closely with Hickman's storyline, is now the plan. Other Easter eggs we see include Toronto's CN Tower, which is one of many Canada references by Ryan Reynolds, a Canadian. We also see a SHIELD helicarrier, which might even be the one Wade fought Francis on in the 2016 Deadpool movie in the scrapyard. In 2012 Avengers. We also see this boat behind them that Levy and Reynolds said on podcast was just something from the VFX library, just kind of a generic boat. There's also like a famous comedian ship somewhere in the background, and specifically they said that there are ones that are kind of harder to spot, but they specifically put Nakatomi Tower from Die Hard, which is franchise, in the background of this void. And also when the caravan rolls up, we see the Golden Gate Bridge, which was the big landmark moved by Magneto in X-Men The Last Stand. There's also a circus tent, which I'm pretty sure is a reference to Hugh Jackman's work in The Greatest Showman. And of course there's the giant 20th Century Fox logo itself, which itself is a major meta leap because it's saying that something from outside of the reality of the one movies, the studio title bumper itself, is prunable to the void. But it's not like the 20th Century Fox logo exists in our reality if you drive around Century City or anything. So it's kind of like one of these things that's technically on the border of the media itself. But I love that the studio logo is buried in a way that leaves the X in Fox exposed, which is a very deep cut nod to the way the Fox logo would fade to black before several X-Men movies and leave the X glowing for a few extra frames. Practically in this film, the unburied X suggests that all other
okay, what's up, Skylar?
including Deadpool and Fantastic Four, but of the X-Men.
What's going on?
Kind of hanging on by a thread for now.
Ah, damn. As soon as I looked over, as soon as I looked at the chat, Skylar, you got me killed.
Inserted in the Atlantic Ocean off of the Azorian Islands in 1872, and there have been a lot of theories around it.
It's all good though, Skylar. Don't worry about it. It's nothing.
This is the pose Deadpool pulled at
Just joking. But yeah. As soon as I looked at the chat, I look up and I'm dead.
Of ACDC's Hell's Bells as Deadpool and Wolverine face each other down. And the fact that we are hearing Hell's Bells here is just another clue that originally Ryan Reynolds conceived this part of the movie to be development hell. We get a close-up of Wolverine extending his claws, and notice how his gloves have designed for Logan by either Beast or Charles or Scott Summers so that he would have adamantium sheaths to keep his gloves on straight. The fight between them is great, and I just love Wolverine going berserker and running on all fours and winning. At one point, Wolverine does the combination swipe, underhand swipe, and Deadpool blocks them all, and it is the same fight choreography that Flash Thompson, played by Joe Manganiello, did with Peter Parker, Tobey Maguire, and Sam Raimi's Spider-Man in 2002. As the fight comes to an end, we hear a voice calling to them from a masked figure atop a lookout point. Fight each other, we move! This is the voice of Chris Evans, and Deadpool gets very excited. This figure drops and sticks a superhero landing, and of course the superhero landing was coined by Deadpool in the 2016 Deadpool film. So we see a bit of blue here, so we assume it's Captain America. He lowers his hood, revealing Chris Evans in a slightly de-aged face. But the misdirect here is just great. In addition to under the rags being hints of blue, its arms are covered in
Okay, I'll leave when Clever gets to rank 30. That's what I'll do. Oh, they're behind me too, you sleepy little...
Something that sounds like Sylvester's cat theme or the Avengers theme, but never quite gets there. Oh my god, he's gonna say it! He points to an approaching caravan, and it's led by the Fantastic Car of the Fantastic Four. This is a version close to what we saw in 2007's Rise of the Silver Surfer movie, but this would be a more retro version, similar to the 60s Silver Age comics. We have seen the design of the Fantastic Car in the
come on.
Steps film. We see a V16 coupe.
Oh, come on. Why they keep giving me the bullshit parts, man?
This one is patterned with Tony Stark's sword.
What is this crap?
Instead of a Hydra hood ornament, it's an Iron Man.
Yo, why do little fucking gnats always go for your face?
The one Steve Grant drove through the Alps. We'll see a larger tank pulled by several motorcycles, including the Hydra motorcycle from the first Cap film, and the motorcycle Steve drove in that film with the shotgun holster on the side. And the tank vehicle is a magnet operated by the Canadarm attachment that originally paired with NASA's Columbia shuttle. And they find a flag that has an Avengers logo with an Anarchy A spray painted over it. Among this crew is Tyler May, returning his saber tooth from the 2000 X-Men film, as well as Toad, but not played by Ray Park in this movie, instead played by Daniel Medina Ramos. Sabretooth and Logan eye each other.
Oh, I need somewhere where I could just put my back on the wall.
Returns as Pyro,
That would be great.
The Last Stand. He was implied to have been vaporized by Jean Grey / Phoenix and X in The Last Stand, but in the Days of Future Past road cut, we see Pyro's Zippo lighter on the memorial, so it was implied that he survived those events and joined the X-Men in the future fighting the Sentinels. Now he wears a faded red and yellow suit similar to his comic look. Deadpool thinks that Chris Evans is going to say Avengers Assemble, but Evans cuts them off and says this instead. Avengers Assemble! Yes, Chris Evans instead played his original Marvel role, Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, seen in the 2005 and 2007 Fantastic Four film. Johnny flies over them as flames cover his body, and it looks as though he's about to start to form a four like he did in the final shot of the 2005 film. But Pyro, who only needs one flame source to manipulate fire,
Yo, oh my god, oh my fuck, that's enough. Oh my god, oh I'm gonna kill all you fuckers.
Sabretooth is beheaded, and Deadpool raises the head and says, "Behold, the head of your precious queen, Furiosa!" Obviously, still thinking his boy is Mad Max IP infringement. Now, in the comics, Wolverine did behead Sabretooth at one point, and Wolverine cutting off Sabretooth's head is also a nod to the scene in The Wolverine when Sabretooth asks this, "Who even knows?" Now they are able to stare Wolverine and Deadpool in this magnet and actually look closely, joining them
back to the wall. That's what I wanted to see.
Sentinel that they will later use to escape. And I love this detail because it shows how the people in the compound wouldn't think of a possible escape plan.
Let's fucking go.
Scrap that they picked up for the first time here on this day. Also, with the Furiosa line in the Hungarian dub, the man who voices Deadpool also dubbed over Chris Hemsworth of Furiosa. So when he enters the void in the Hungarian version, he says in the void, quote, "This is full-on Mad Max, but in that case, I should be voicing Thor." So just kind of a fun international dub joke there. On the hillside are the Narvas, aka void turkeys. These are the flightless birds with the metallic indigo plumage and purple floating ball heads. We saw these in Loki Season 1, Episode 5. The caravan now passes the Great Pyramid of Giza, which we also saw in the void of the TVA, along with the Sphinx that still had its nose with the face of Kang. In the Fantastic Four comics, Pharaoh Ramatut, before he was known to be a Kang variant, used this
as long as I can't sleep at that, I'm good.
Yes, another reference to one of these dreams he now has about Thor. After this film came out, Ryan Reynolds has been repeatedly asked why is Thor crying, and he still has not given an answer. Now, we can see in this caravan a second cage that looks like it's holding a TVA hunter. In trailer footage, there's a cuffed TVA agent who gets snatched up by Goliath, and based on the footage shown in the Welcome to Wrexham series 3 and BTS photos released after the film came out, that character would have been Rob McElhenney's character. They cut McElhenney out of the movie, which is a pretty funny troll by Ryan Reynolds. Johnny describes the void to them.
Reed called it a metaphysical junkyard. For anything useful goes before it gets annihilated forever.
This tells us that Ewan Griffith, Reed Richards, all stepped into this void as well, but did not make it. Johnny mentioned Goliath and Deadpool.
What?
What episode 5? Which is exactly what people like us say whenever the TV series come up. They drive past what looks like the Brooklyn Bridge, and then they arrive at Cassandra's compound, formed out of the corpse of Giant Man Scott Lang. All right, so the skeletal remains of Giant Man was a brief visual from the Old Man Logan comics, but in that instance it was Hank Pym Ant-Man. It's possible that this Giant Scott might have been the extra Giant Scott in the background of the Battle of Earth and Avengers Endgame. Seen in the
do a Clayville film to do that.
But we should also point out that in the void and in Loki Season 1 Episode 5, there is a giant helmet of yellow.
And why is
a giant Scott from a
life support going away so fast?
Of the compound is Blob, who we saw in the Wolverine, but here he's played by actor Mike Waters. The hands of Giant Scott form the gate.
They're definitely trying to screw me.
Several other cameos from past Marvel movies form Cassandra's gang, including the Russian, who's the villain from the 2004 Punisher film. He was actually played by Kevin Nash in that film. Here he's been recast as actor Billy Clement. Eduardo Gago Munoz plays Azazel from X-Men First Class. He's the teleporter in the Hellfire Club with Sebastian Shaw. Originally he was played by Jason Flame. Deathstroke from X2 makes an appearance. She was another of Colonel Stryker's experiments. She's not played by Kelly Hu from the 2003 film, but this is actually stunt actor Jay Bly, who was the stunt double for Sasha Kaye in 2023's The Flash. Chloe Kibble plays Callisto from X-Men The Last Stand, who is a member of the Beat Group The Omega, is allied with Magneto, originally played by Daniel Ramirez. Another member of the gang is Arclight, Philippa Sontag. She's one with the shorter hair and the high collar. This beam has the power to create shockwaves. The character is played by Jessica Walker. In this movie, it was played by Omaira Mota in 2006's X-Men The Last Stand. Juggernaut returns from X-Men The The Last Stand, played by a new actor replacing Vinnie Jones. Aaron W. Reed was the bodybuilder who did the performance as the dude from Free Guy, which is the previous film from Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy. Vinnie Jones was actually approached to reprise this role as Juggernaut from X-Men The Last Stand, and he turned it down because, quote, it's such a drama putting that suit on. Now, the bald guy with the goatee and a black leather trench coat who we saw in the trailers is actually a variant of Bullseye. He's played here by Curtis Small. His goatee and clothes are exactly like Colin Farrell's clothes in the 2003.
Come on, man, another.
He has the subtle crosshair scar on his forehead. Also a version of Psylocke in the gang.
You can't believe y'all really gave me that bullshit.
By Aisha Hussein. There's also Quill, played by Nellie Seton in this movie. The skull opens up and a bald figure rolls up in a wheelchair, and Deadpool thinks it's Charles Xavier, but instead it's Cassandra Nova, played by Emma Corrin, who played a young Diana Spencer in seasons 3 and 4 of The Crown. Cassandra Nova was introduced in Grant Morrison's 2001 Ease Her Extinction X-Men comics, and she is a little dry, a cosmic shadow spirit to Charles Xavier, who took physical form and battled him in the womb, and then got revenge on the X-Men by unleashing a wild sentinel to attack Genosha and kill 16 million mutants. We saw a version of this attack in X-Men 97, but it was orchestrated by Bastion. Cassandra says she's been trying to catch the Firefly of Johnny Storm for years, and Deadpool quotes word for word the string of insults that he says Johnny said about her.
Johnny told us you're a psychotic, megalomaniacal asshole. This word's not mine. Hellbent on domination and pain. This finger-licking, dead-inside, pixie slab of third-base, dinosaur nut milk. Your delicious cinnamon ring and thick rocks all the way to bald hell.
Johnny stammers here because we find out in the post-credits scene he did actually say all of that word for word. Cassandra rips the flesh from his bones, and he collapses into a bloody heap of bone and tissue. There's a little detail that is kind of hard to show without showing all the gore of it. He does blink a few times after he gets his flesh ripped off. That shows that there was like a bit of at least rigor mortis, or maybe a bit of continued sentience after this gruesome killer, Deadpool says.
Not my favorite trick.
Yes, about to 3 white Chris's in the MCU, and one of the 3, obviously Chris Hemsworth Thor, would now be his favorite. Deadpool also defends that Chris Evans was draining the budget of the film. Wade says that if Cassandra doesn't help them, Wolverine will sing the second act of The Music Man, referencing Hugh Jackman's recent role in the revival. Cassandra says that while Charles could invade the minds with a thought, she has to get her hands dirty, and she shoves her fingers inside Deadpool's head. Wade returns to the day he and Vanessa broke up, and Cassandra alters the memories to make Vanessa say this. In doing so, she kind of incepts the concept in Wade's mind, unnerving him for the rest of the film. After Cassandra invades Deadpool's mind, Deadpool shouts, and where's another one of these references to this possible development hell Hollywood parody version of the film. An NCC coordinator is a new position on Hollywood sets to ensure all cast and crew are comfortable and protected when sexual scenes are shot. And if I'm right about this theory that this dub was a version of hell in earlier drafts, it would be supported by Sean Levy and Ryan Reynolds confirming that they initially considered Mephisto to be the lord of this realm. So they escape on the foot of a Sentinel robot. We saw this from the 1973 era in X-Men Days of Future Past. You can see the purple color more clearly because it's a piece of metal that gets attracted to the supermagnet. Wolverine's history with this object is why Logan could smartly use the escape before the gang could figure out what exactly this is. And he seems like a guy who might have dreamt into these alternate timelines of other Wolverines and just know what this thing even is. Actually, in the Deadpool video game, Wade also makes an impromptu escape on the boot of a Sentinel thanks to Copy Jedi on Reddit who mentioned that one. There's also a large crash structure after they escape the compound that many are saying looks like the floating Red Room base from Black Widow. I didn't really see a similarity though. Deadpool
Yo, how is it you did that before I could get my shit? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Deadpool and Wolverine pass a wrecked Chrysler with a luggage trunk in front of it. This is the car that Steve Martin and John Candy drive in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. The trunk is the one that Dell carries that contains the shower curtain rings. Deadpool and Wolverine find a diner and they get to know each other.
I can see how yellow was useful too.
Deadpool tells Logan that he wanted to be an Avenger, and Wolverine responds,
I've delivered another
which tells us that in his reality there must have been an Avengers alongside the X-Men. And Deadpool says, yes, nothing else about what you continue to get a third act flashback with Wolverine that answers all of our questions. They meet Dogpool. Dogpool, aka Mary Poppins, is played by Peggy, a crossbreed between a pug and a Chinese crested dog, also known as the Puggy. And this dog won Britain's ugliest dog in 2023. Following her is Nicepool, played by a handsomer and slightly de-aged Ryan Reynolds with no scarring. He's got a man bun and more of a Canadian accent. In the credits, Nicepool is named as Gordon Reynolds, which comes from a sketch that Ryan Reynolds uploaded in 2021, where Ryan Reynolds is interviewed by a twin brother named Gordon Reynolds. Nicepool says that he's related to
What is
another reference to Ryan
happening?
Reynolds' wife, Blake Lively, who just gave birth to another baby in February 2023. Deadpool introduces Logan.
He's usually shirtless, but he's got himself ghost.
Whoa! This might be the most brutal line of the movie, as Hugh Jackman was married to Deborah Lee Furness from 1996 to September 2023. Like, they made it since from before Hugh Jackman was famous, and really, it was while Hugh Jackman was shooting this movie when the divorce happened. And I believe, following the Page Six concept now, Hugh Jackman and Broadway legend Sutton Foster are now together. Now, Logan acknowledges that he did let himself go. Hugh Jackman actually bulked back up for this film. He had slimmed down due to singing and dancing for 8 shows a week in the Music Man revival, but he needed to get back in superhero shape for the short gap between the end of the musical run and the start of principal photography of this film. Nice Pull lets them borrow his Honda Odyssey named Betsy with a coexist bumper sticker. In this cornfield area, they walk past a ship called the Conquistador, which might be the boat from 2006's X-Men Volume 2, number 189, which is used by the Children of the Vault when the X-Men are trying to stop the Hecatomb, a Shi'ar weapon of mass destruction. And when they leave, Nice Pull retreats to the core. It looks like Ryan Reynolds is creating the Homer Simpson retreated into the hedge meme, which is a reference to T2. They listen to I'm With You by Avril Lavigne, who's a fellow Canadian, and they drive past some crashed Q ships that were used by Thanos' Black Order in Avengers Infinity War. And even the song I'm With You might be a joke because it kind of sounds like she's singing I'm With Hugh. Deadpool makes fun of Wolverine's yellow and blue suit, asking if the X-Men made him wear it.
Friends don't let friends leave the house looking like they fight crime for the Los Angeles Rams.
Obviously, the Los Angeles Rams share these colors.
I should be
Deadpool touches
leveled
a
up.
nerve here,
I
so
should
it
be
starts
leveled up by
whipping
now.
like Spider-Man.
Stop it.
Wolverine pulls over when he realizes Deadpool for sure cannot fix his world, and Wade admits that he made an educated wish. Deadpool shows Wolverine his Polaroid of the 9 most important people in his life, a token that he used similar to Marty McFly's family photo in Back to the Future. I also think this might stir in Wolverine the 9 most important people in his life, as there probably would have been 9 or so X-Men who were the most important to him, including Jean, Charles, Scott, Rogue, Beast, Storm, Gambit, and hey, maybe like more, and Wolverine himself being the 9th. I think there might have been 9 because in the 2017 Logan film, there were a reported 7 X-Men who died in the Westchester incident, and that might have been in addition to Logan and Charles. Deadpool makes a reference to Triple Timmy, the blowjob queen of Saskatoon, and it's actually a city
something
in
happened. What
Canada,
the
and this...
Operator, do you know which finger the corpus used to count their money? The index. operator. Are you enjoying the view?
Are you muted? I haven't heard you say anything in a minute.
One second, I had to take a call, so I had to cut the mic off for a second. So just give me 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
Now, students, nobody's perfect.
I lost her twice. First, to her gallant suitor, then to her father's ghost. By now, she is surely dust with the rest of them. At least I can still listen to her voice. Remind them who the Zeraman belongs to.
Welcome to Everview Art. Why not take your family to visit the monuments?
You may notice combat conditions worsening. Rupture closed. The angels have torn open another rupture. Fill it with Vitaplast before this whole shit goes topsy-turvy. Rupture sealed. On to the next. Void floods have a tendency to wash in terrible things. One of those things is approaching. Do be careful. Have a chance to ask it where it came from before you killed it? You can always do more. But if you can't, I have marked an extraction point. Sorry about this. One of the fears the Void likes to manifest is childhood anxiety. Meet the repressed fears of teenage Shanta. I call her Skitter Girl. She's a thief. Sealed that rupture, just as I knew it would. Skitter Girl likes to target stragglers, like you, right now. Something just changed. Any fighting difficulties to report? You need a break, self-extract at the marked location.
all the hands we can get.
Welcome to Everview Arc. Lunaro games are only permitted in designated zones.
Oh look, you sealed a rupture. Not bad. Opened an escape lift for you. Use it when you need it. saturation causing further complications. Should you need a break, self-extract at the marked location. I'm so very sorry about this. One of the fears the Void likes to manifest is childhood anxiety. Meet the repressed fears of teenage Yunta. I call her Skitter Girl. She's a thief. Skitter Girl is stalking you.
Let's make this place work. We have both been gifted a second chance. We're all trusting in you. Come on. There's my sturdy crewmate, still ready to do what needs doing, even after doing so much. Strike hard, no quarter. We need all the hands we can get. Let all the systems see that the Zeraman is defended. The Zeraman is holding steady. Everyone pulling together.
Welcome to Everview Park.
Have torn open another rupture. Fill it with Vitaplast before this whole ship goes topsy-turvy. floods have a tendency to wash in terrible things. One of those things is approaching. Do be careful. I have opened an escape lift for you. Use it when you need it. Void flood has completely saturated this area. Failure to seal those ruptures immediately will result in, well, total failure. Not good. Void saturation is approaching critical levels. Critical levels can kill you. Shall I explain further? If you can't, I have marked an extraction point.
Yeah, y'all. Listen, thank everybody for coming through. I really appreciate all of y'all. Alvarine, thank you for coming through. Skylar, thank you for coming through. I'm just gonna run this last mission, and I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream and get out of here. Cause the phone call just fucked my whole mood up, and now it is what it is. But yeah, y'all, I appreciate all of y'all for coming through. I thank you for the subs. Thank you for the likes. I thank y'all for the support. I'm just gonna finish this last mission, and then I'm gonna get out of here. And you know, for you, if y'all ain't busy and you guys want to check in with me tomorrow, I will try to stream tomorrow. I'll probably just turn my fucking phone off because but yeah, I appreciate all of y'all for coming. I'm get out of here. Just waiting for them to extract, and when they extract,
all good. Sometimes life just hits ya.
All good. Sometimes life just hits you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that, man. This shit, you know, what people don't understand with this YouTube shit, it's not easy. It seems like it's easy, and a lot of people misunderstand this for being easy. But this shit is not easy, and it's not just the work we put into the content creation and keeping the content going, or the shit around when you are a content creator, or you're a YouTuber, or you're an influencer, and having to deal with the world that don't understand the flow of things, because it's still considered a new space. Let me say it like that. It's still considered a new space. So, man. And out of all of that, did I get the part? I still didn't get the fucking part. I still didn't get the part. Look at how many I ran, y'all. You see how many I ran? And I still... Excuse me. I still ain't get it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me see something. What was the, was it the end? No, it wasn't the endo. Was it the plume? What was the reward? Was the void plume? I think the void plume was the reward. Let me double check. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
The struggle goes on. And we'll
I'm
be the
feeling
ones to
it,
finish it.
just trying to get the right relic, and I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh yeah. Good luck. Good luck on that. Yeah, it was the void plume. It was either that or this in Trati. Oh boy. What is that? The chassis. I need one more of those. Oh, he wants the one. Alright, you know what? I'll run one more. Maybe I'll get lucky. Just give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run one more. I'm gonna run one more before I get out of here. Just give me a second. I'll be right back.
Shine that light of yours over here for a second. We need all the hands we can get. You will be tempted to look for familiar faces among the angels. I beg you not to give in to it. Excellent.
Welcome to Everview Arc.
The angels are clawing at the Albrecht membrane, creating ruptures that will saturate the area with void. I designed this system to deliver Vitaplast directly to void ruptures. Would have been nice if that design worked in practice. Gather up nearby Vitaplast and bring it to the ruptures. Open another rupture. Fill it with Vitaplast before this whole ship goes topsy-turvy. Always do more. But if you can't, I have marked an extraction point. I'm so very sorry about this. One of the fears the Void likes to manifest is childhood anxiety. Meet the repressed fears of teenage Shanta. I call her Skitter Girl. She's a thief. Opened an escape lift for you. Use it when you need it.
that thing starts moving, and it will, you better know what to do. The angel is trying to retreat into the void so it can heal. Follow it and stop it.
Should you need a break, self-extract at the marked location.
You can't hurt it while those dimensional orbs are out. Use your void body to absorb it. Yes! It won't be shrugging that off!
You've strayed from your squad and Skittergirl has taken notice. Watch your stuff. Hey, Skittergirl, stop! They're helping. More than I can say for you.
That's the way. Break it down, body and soul.
Maximum void saturation. This typically results in death.
Welcome to Tuval Commons. Aesthetic standards are being actively enforced.
The Corpus have triggered the deployment of Thrax-possessed Exilizers. Deployed all together, they will cause an instant void cascade. I can stagger their deployment, give you time to purge them, so they can cleanse the ship instead of corrupting it. That possessed Exilizer is spitting out contamination. Use your void power to purge it. Oh, that got their attention. Enemy forces move into your location. Possessed Exilizer located. Purge it and make it work for us. Exilizer is ours. Marking a possessed Exilizer. Deal with it while you still can. Exilizer spent. Contamination levels going in the wrong direction. We're down an Exilizer, working on backups. Manifestation is possessing an Exilizer. Stop it before it feeds the cascade. This cascade is growing out of control. Exilizer succumbing to void possession. Exilizer has been retired. Cascade is approaching critical levels. Your time is running out. Cascade intensified. Our enemy has abandoned valuable supplies. This is yours now. You've cleared the self-extract when you're ready. Readings are off the charts. I don't know what sort of nightmares you might encounter. Contamination spreading. Cascade is approaching critical levels. Your time is running out. Exolyzer spent. Cascade is growing out of control. The Void Cascade has surpassed the tipping point. It's lethal now. Leave the area while you still can. The Void Cascade has surpassed the tipping point. It's lethal now. Leave the area while you still can. Let's make this place work. Let all the systems see that the Zariman is defended.
Well, nothing scared me in years. Except... all weapons guaranteed void touched. Whatever. Here's where it gets interesting. If you die, I got dibs on your stuff.
Come on. Plenty needs seeing to. Everyone pulling together. We need all the hands we can get. Come, old friend. Let's get to it. Okay, I'll call on some of the others. Till you next return. Come on. Plenty need seeing to.
Operator, you have remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves. Operator.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting. There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. You found a fissure. Look out for reactant. They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic. You are going to need more reactant. You want to open that relic. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You found the target. Capture them quickly before they escape. We cannot let our target know we're here. Track them down quickly. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside. Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
Your crowns are safe in my grasp, oh father. Protect me!
Another job well executed.
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin another mission? Ready for action.
Keep the enemy busy while a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for supplies. Ready? Trigger the alarm. Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
a sanctuary target here, Hunter. I sense it. Track it with the synthesis scanner. Don't let it escape.
Life support incoming. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
We Perrin always collect our debts.
Life support on the way. I've delivered another life support capsule. "30 seconds left. Life support has been replenished. Tenno, prepare for life support. You are running out of time. Additional life support has arrived. Life support activated. Our operative is making progress. This will help our cause. When you are ready, go to extraction. Critical life support levels. Extraction is your best option. Get ready for a capsule. Life support has been replenished. Another life support capsule is now available. You are running out of time. Consider extraction.
All right, Hunter. I will reward you, should you perform synthesis. You are always reliable, Hunter. Come receive what is owed to you.
Another job well executed. Keep the enemy busy while a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for supplies. Ready? Trigger the alarm. Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support. Life support has been replenished. Life support incoming. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time. life support on the way. Additional life support has arrived. Get ready for a capsule. Another life support capsule is now available. Operative is making progress. This will help our cause. When you need it, extraction is ready. I've delivered another life support capsule. I've delivered another life support capsule. All share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. Another life support capsule is now available. The longer you fight, the more successful we will be. Tenno, extraction is ready. Critical life support levels. Extraction is your best option. You are running out of time. Consider extraction. Another job well executed.
Operator, do you know which finger the corpus used to count their money? The index. All set. Service your weapons myself.
Keep the enemy busy while a fellow Tenno operative raids the ship for supplies. Ready? Trigger the alarm. Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support. Get ready for a capsule. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time. Tenno, prepare for life support. Another life support capsule is now available. delivered another life support capsule. The operative has just made their first discovery. Keep up the good work. When you need it, extraction is ready. Additional life support has arrived. Extraction is ready. Life support has been replenished. Critical life support levels. Extraction is your best option. Life support activated. all share in this bounty. Hold out as long as you can. Life support has been replenished. Another life support capsule is now available. Additional life support has arrived. Look what our Tenno operative just found. They could not do this without you. Running out of time. Consider extraction. Life support activated. I've delivered another life support capsule. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno. You are running out of time.
I've been thinking, Operator. I thought you'd want to know.
Oh boy. Alright, my good people. We are hitting the 4-hour mark. And
AI. I really like your dad is still on the line when he's supposed to go to. Well, okay.
oh my god. Y'all already hear everything going on in the background, so y'all should know what it is right now. I did do the Furious Incarnate. I think I finished it out. Let me see. Yes, it should be finished. Critical chance, fire rate, and critical by 28. No, status by 28. And what's this one? Critical lower than 40. And critical multiplier. I think out of the two, it's going to be one of these two. Damn, that is a big boost of status.
Are you getting ready? Are you getting ready?
But that is a big boost of multiplier. We'll go with the multiplier first. And I will finish this out tomorrow. I will work on the mod setup tomorrow. I don't even see that boost on the multiplier. Oh my god. Yeah. They ain't gonna let me work. But with that being said, everybody, my guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna check in tomorrow. I'll finish this Furious and whatever runs I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finish that tomorrow. By then, I think the Gauss and the Grindel Fat Boy should be finished. So until then, my people, thank y'all for coming. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subs. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. Catch up with y'all tomorrow. Carter out.